Hello. Today I will be hopefully sculpting a kitsune. And when I went to look at kitsune lore, there is so much. There is so much lore and I am half asleep, so this is going to be an interesting. I try to ramble about kitsune legends while half asleep. And I'm still really tired. I laid down for a nap before I started the video, and I should stop doing that. That's a bad idea. But there's a lot of stuff. I was reading through it last night, and I was also prior in the week reading some more because there is so much. So I'm probably not going to touch on everything, obviously. But the one thing that I did notice was that a lot of the traditional art pieces had a lot of kitsunes that were either some form of anthropomorphic, variations on that, some fully human, some human with like their tails showing, and there's legends and lore relating to that. And some of them were full-on fox form, which is clothes. So we're gonna go for the fox form, but wearing clothes, and I'm gonna see if I can put like a humanoid mask in their hand. So this is the base that I've started. We're doing a three-tailed kitsune because 3 is a nice number, even though it's not as traditional. It works better for the purposes of this sculpture. So we're going to do 3. They can have up to 9, I believe. I think the limit is 9, but I'm not sure if that's actually a hard limit that they can't have more than 9 tails. But yeah, so we're going to be doing this today. Give me 1 second. I put a jacket on and I have decided it is too warm in this room for a jacket. But I am very sleepy and very out of it, so we'll see how well I can do reiterating what I was reading last night and prior in the week. Yeah, alright. So kitsune is a word, it literally just means fox. But in Asian folklore, because the word kitsune is more of a Japanese thing, but much Japanese folklore has its similar variations in Chinese and Korean myths as well. So there are generally some ties, often origins, found in Chinese myths. So we may touch on that a little bit. There's a couple things that vary between like the Japanese version of foxes versus the Chinese versions. But one of the first things that I noted is that it reminded me a lot, the kitsunes reminded me a lot of almost like the Celtic or Irish ideas of the Fae, because they're tricksters quite often. Well, there's like 2 broad categories of kitsunes. There's like the trickster type, and then there's the good luck, protective, generally good omen that are associated with the deity or the kami Inari. So it seemed like they tend to fall into either being seen as a messenger from a deity or as a good thing, or they're seen as very wily tricksters who enjoy pranking people. But one of the first things that I noticed was the shape-shifting ability, hence all the artwork where they're like partially human or partially fox, or some variation or mix of the two. So that's why I chose the thumbnail that I did, because it kind of encapsulated what I was seeing a lot of the artwork for. But if we talk about the more trickster kitsune, I think sometimes they're called nogitsune, or... Hold on, let me find the word here. There's some broad terms, because like I said, they're either good or bad, which I know that sounds very vague, but... Yeah, nogitsune. I may be butchering the pronunciation on that. If I am sorry. It is very possible. I do that sometimes. But yeah, so generally the trickster type ones Reminds you of a lot of the stuff if you're familiar. I'm more familiar with Celtic lore, but it reminded me a lot of the trickster-like fairies who would, for no good reason, just like to play pranks on people. Sometimes it could be like, oh, they're going to trick you. In the case of the Kitsune, they might trick you into eating a dumpling that's actually made of dirt. Or they might give you, I believe it was one of the examples, was like coins that turn into, you know, pieces of rocks or leaves. That sort of thing. So very much pranksters and tricksters, and they have the ability to shapeshift. That is something that I believe all of the Kitsune have, was the ability to shapeshift. Now, most of the illustrations were Kitsune shapeshifting into people, or accidentally into some hybrid form of person fox, if they weren't as skilled at the shapeshifting, or if people could see through their deception. But apparently they are capable of shapeshifting into other things. One of the common things that you'll see, and this is very almost succubus-like, they can shapeshift into beautiful women and lead men astray. And then you have the whole foxwife thing, where people could marry Kitsune and not know it. Which it does fascinate me, because that's very similar to like some of the fairy legends, and then the, what is it, the Selkies, I believe, where the guys would basically marry a water lady. Selkies, like they're not quite like mermaids, but they're similar. So it's very similar to that. And then if you ever figured out that your wife was actually a Kitsune, then usually they would leave you or something. So there's a lot of that. So we're going to have, my idea here is to dress the Kitsune in kind of wrapped up in clothes, kind of disguised, but with the fox face coming out. And then I want to see if I can make like a pretty face of a lady, a mask in the other hand that's sticking out here. That's what I'm going to go with. And I did see a little thing that said sometimes different legends quote different rituals that the Kitsune have to go through to shapeshift. One of them is like putting a leaf or reeds. Generally, it's some sort of vegetation on top of their head. So I may put like a little stray leaf on the side of the cloth, like cowl or hood that I'm going to put over this one. So I think that should be interesting, just to kind of hint at that. And in the process of looking up the more negative Kitsune, there's also the, what was it called? I wrote it down. Kitsunetsuki, which is fox possession. And that got me on a lovely little rabbit trail. Because it's almost, it's almost like an explanation of mental illness, like a superstitious explanation of mental illness, where somebody is supposedly possessed by the spirit of the fox, and so they kind of go crazy. Occasionally, it can be a good thing. It's not always a bad thing, but most of the time, it's not portrayed as a good thing. And that got me on a long string of reading encyclopedia pages about something I had never even heard of. It's called clinical lycanthropy. It's when someone genuinely believes that they shapeshift into not necessarily a wolf, but into some sort of animal. There's another name for specifically, it's not an official name, I don't think, for mental illness, but there's another name specifically for the Japanese idea of fox possession. I forget the term, I'd have to look it up again. But there's a whole line of legends relating to what is most likely mental illness, and the possession, the fox spirit possession. And what's also interesting is sometimes the, Kitsune turning into beautiful lady and seducing people is they actually can sometimes drain people's life. So they're sometimes portrayed as almost like a succubus or a vampire, which is interesting. It is funny to me that there's so many legends about beautiful women leading men astray. I feel like there's a reason for that, but I find it fascinating that that is just like such a common thread in so much mythology. The other thing generically with all Kitsune, other than the shape-shifting, is the multiple tails. Those typically are associated with age or power or something along those lines. Generally, the older, more powerful, the more tails. So I believe 9 is the, I think it's 9 is the limit. A lot of the older illustrations only had one tail. I did notice that. I don't know if there's a reason for that. I'm not well versed enough on like the timelines to know if there was like a shift in the legends. But a lot of the ones that I was looking at, there were like the foxes in clothes, which I really liked those illustrations. A lot of those, seemed to only have one tail. A couple of them had 2 or 3. The 9-tailed ones tended to be like foxes. There's also potential classifications of them, but they varied. Like one broke it down into 3 classes of Kitsune, like the celestial, the earth or sky or something. There was another one that had 12, another one that had 7. That seemed extremely variable and inconsistent, so I wasn't really sure what to make of that. It didn't seem like there was a consensus onto exactly what type of kitsunes exist, because some people were associating a number of tails and stuff with those. Others were saying there are different types of kitsune. But I didn't see any real clear consensus on that when I was reading about it. But there's a lot of, apparently there's a lot of like foxwife legends. And then they have the sun shower thing. So lots of cultures have a name for when it rains and the sun's out. Apparently that's called like I think it was called the fox wedding or something. Apparently that there's a whole legend with kitsune weddings being the cause or happening when the sun shines and it rains, which I think it's fascinating so many cultures have names or events specifically associated with sun showers. So most, I'm trying to think if I missed one of the negative things. Oh, there's also the whole will-o'-the-wisp like thing. So on the negative side of kitsune, not only do they like to prank people, they also do the classic lead people astray thing. And some of them are listed as having foxfire. So like they stroke their tail and they can have glowing tails or fire from their tail. And that is often seen as almost will-o'-the-wisp-like. Like they lead people astray to get lost in the mountains. So again, it reminds me so much, and I don't think it's just Celtic lore. I think it's in general. There's just so many things in mythology that's creatures, people, or beautiful women leading people astray. Very common theme in a lot of places. And whenever I see stuff like that, it's like I never know quite what to make of it, but I do find it funny that it's a common theme or a common thread throughout. There's also positive, negative, the kind of both, the whole fox owners thing. So it reminds me a little bit of like when people would get superstitious and say somebody, you know, made a deal with these evil spirits or something. Similarly, some people supposedly could be fox owners, so they either had a deal or tamed one of the, I think they're called Nenko, one of the fox spirits in their house. And that really reminded me of a video game that I played. What was it? Yuppie Psycho. At the end of that game, there's a random story with one of the owners of a particular company. They had a little fox girl, and it was kind of implied that she was bringing good luck or something, or was being adopted or used for good luck. It was kind of, I don't know if they ever actually said that, or if it was implied, but I'm not sure if that's what was going on in the game. It's been a while since I played it, but when I saw the Fox family thing, I was like, is that what they were doing in that game? Because I think there was a special ending where the main character is dumb and he does the same thing and adopts like a little fox girl. For prosperity and good luck. But I think it's usually viewed as, from what I was reading, it was like usually viewed as a negative thing, like you'd be gossiping about, you know, the family over there that that deals with the fox spirits and how bad they are. It seemed like it was generally seen as a negative thing rather than a positive. So that's kind of the negative side of kitsunes. I don't know if there's like a consistent coloration thing, because I saw like the Inari kitsune are usually white, but I didn't see, some people were saying they were also black, different colors. I don't know if the black ones were always bad. I don't think they were necessarily. So no consensus on the color. We are doing a white kitsune when we get around to the coloration, unless I run across more information that makes me think I should change the color. For now, we're gonna do a white one, just because that seemed pretty common. The other thing is where I lost my train of thought. I wrote myself a cheat sheet of lists over here so that I could look at it and remember stuff, but I don't remember stuff. I am so tired. So we talked about the fox ownership. What did I miss? Pranksters. Oh, so a lot of the illustrations I was looking at that were them in various state of humanoid and fox likeness. One of the themes is that, you know, them either losing part of their disguise or people seeing through part of their disguise. It did make me laugh, the amount of very cute or funny looking foxes dressed up in outfits. And there's one of this little guy like sitting, and then there's a fox wrapped in blankets next to him. That was a statue. I'd have to look up. That was in the Wikimedia Commons imagery. But there's a lot of fun imagery and artwork that you can look up that's like traditional ones, and most of them are foxes in outfits or people doing stuff, and then you see at the bottom of like their traditional dress or kimono there's like foxtails sticking out, because apparently they can lose their disguise by mistake. There's also the common thread of kitsunes being afraid of dogs. And sometimes, like, you know, the guy would marry a kitsune unknowingly and then find out that it was actually a kitsune because their dog or somebody's dog scared her. And she shifted her form back into a fox, or partially shifted it. So that seemed like a common thread through some of them. There are, however, a lot of good or seen as good luck kitsunes, and those I think are typically associated with Inari, which, if I understand it correctly, is kami means God, I believe, or at least a powerful spirit, something godlike. Was associated with the rice harvest fields, later business, and a whole bunch of other stuff. And his messengers, or her messengers, or potentially their messengers, there might be 3 of them. I was a little unclear on the identity of Inari. It seems like it morphed a bit through time. The messengers of Inari were seen as foxes, generally white foxes. And I did watch a little video where somebody was talking about the belief that certain gods would like live in the fields during like harvest and then go to the mountains. And because some of the local foxes seem to follow that pattern, there's a theory about seeing them as the messengers because of that sort of seasonal migration. Then there's also the theory about seeing foxes as good luck charms and as good omens and good things, because foxes would either run through the rice fields, they eat mice and rats, which can devastate your harvest and stuff. So there's a lot of other reasons that foxes could be seen as good things. So usually, if it's seen as a good thing, it seemed like the kitsune that were seen as good were associated specifically with Inari. And then if you look at Inari shrines, or not, yeah, I'm stumbling in my words. If you look at Inari shrines, they usually have fox statues and stuff. I was trying to figure out what the red bib thing was, because a bunch of the statues have that, but I wasn't real clear on that, so I may have to look that up more later. I will wake up eventually, maybe. So the non-trickster prankster Kitsune generally are the messengers of Inari. Not always, but they're generally seen as good luck, powerful, but they have similar traits. I believe they can also shapeshift, although most of the images were them as foxes as part of the shrine or something. And I think Inari is also just associated with harvest in general. Because one thing said rice, one said business, one said money. I think it's kind of a lot of things. Anything related to business, harvest, prosperity, and lots of other stuff. Potentially rice. And what's interesting too is I found the thing they had listed, was it the Kitsune udon? So it is a fried piece of, I think it was tempura, that is folded over on top of like udon noodles. And that is often offered as like an offering. Apparently, it may have earlier been an actual fried mouse of some sort, but over time it turned into either the Kitsune udon, or there was another one. It was a rice stuffed offering that was seen as their, favorite preferred food or offering. I was thinking about putting a bowl of the udon with the tempura in it in this thing, but I don't think I'm going to do that. I think it's going to make the statue a little too busy, so we're not going to do that. Plus, I'm not super clear on exactly what the Inari messenger type Kitsune should look like. So we are going to draw inspiration from that, but I'm not going to like hardline say that's what I'm sculpting. Especially since a lot of those seem to be more fox formed, at least in the artwork and in the statuary. Rather than I just really wanted to do the fox in the human clothes. I just wanted to do that. So the other thing I was struggling with was the fox jewel. So a lot of the Kitsune are seen as having a special or precious little fox jewel. Sometimes it's visible. I think I read that the Chinese myth saw it as like part of their heart potentially. Sometimes like I think the Buddhist temples and things will have it in their tail. We're going to go with having it in the tail. The appearance of the fox jewel is usually, I think a bunch of the things said spherical or white. So I have some white marbles that are very opalescent. So we're going to do that. We're going to embed that in the middle tail here when we sculpt it. So we will do that. And then there's theories about like the power of the Kitsune maybe in their fox jewel and, stuff like that. But I didn't see the fox jewel thing in some of the artwork. So I don't know if that's like only in some of the legends or a limited amount. Oh, I will wake up eventually. Maybe. By the time I wake up, though, I'm probably going to be finished with this. It does seem like there's also a lot of very specific legends and tales. As always, I will try to find some of them. I don't want to promise, though, because I've done that on a couple videos where I'm like, I'm going to go find some legends and we can read them when, I paint the stuff. And then I discover that I can't find a public domain source of that. And I can't read it. So there's always that. So I will attempt, but I cannot promise that I will do that. But there does seem to be a wealth of Kitsune lore, so I feel like I should have no problem finding more. I was actually more overwhelmed than anything this time, because some of the sculptures I do are of things that are a tad more obscure, and it can be a little difficult at times to find enough information. Whereas with this one, there was a lot, and it's all very different. It seems like there might be a lot of the foxwife tales and different stories of people getting tricked by Kitsune or of there being messengers. Yeah, I think my longest sidetrack was definitely the Kitsunetsuki. Um, and I may not be saying that correctly. I may have the emphasis on the wrong syllable. But the fox possession thing. Just because I find it fascinating when kind of mental health overlaps with mythology, superstition, religion, stuff like that. So, but yeah, it's mostly because I kind of went off on a tangent about the clinical lycanthropy thing, and then I didn't finish that tangent, and I got distracted, and I was like, dang it, I was supposed to be reading about the Kitsune, not about clinical lycanthropy. Because I just wasn't aware that that was a thing. The fox version of it that somebody coined, I know it started with an A, but it's very similar to clinical lycanthropy. I forget the person who classified it, but I don't think it was an official classification. On a random other note, I don't know if you can tell how ragged the edges of this clay piece are. I am excited. I just ordered an automatic little rotating machine to put on my clay press or roller that I have that conditions the clay. I desperately need it. I get so tired trying to condition all this clay, which is why it's kind of ragged still, because I didn't fully do it this time. But I get very tired. It ends up hurting my shoulders pretty bad. So I'm so excited I'm going to have an automatic machine thing to do that for me, so that I don't have to kill myself before every video trying to condition enough clay to use for the video. Because I most certainly don't want to do that on video, because that would take ages, and then I'd be really tired. Because my muscles don't work well, unfortunately. So yes, the automated one, I don't know, I need to check the shipping, because I literally just ordered it, because I was conditioning the clay for this, and I was like, dang, my arms hurt. I don't want to keep doing this. But I checked that out, and Hobby Lobby had one, so hopefully it will be here by the time I do my next sculpture, because we'll be painting this one next week, so I should have 2 weeks time before I need it. I can try it out. Hopefully it'll make life easier. Yeah. I don't actually have to be too neat and clean with this, because I should be clean with the arms though, because the arms I do want to leave exposed. But yeah, you can kind of tell the clay is breaking up, partially because it's dry in here and cold, and partially because somebody didn't condition it thoroughly because her arms were hurting. So that was the other reason I took a nap. So let's see. Front of arm. Hold on, I gotta look at my arm. Alright, this needs to be a little thicker here. And then we can blend it into the hand, and we're gonna put the mask in the hand here. Most of the time I see it's like they do, for more modern art, they do the person form but with a fox mask. I'm kind of reversing that. I know the fox mask is traditional, but I really want to do the fox like the old artwork. So that's why I was like, we'll just do a human mask to hint at the shape-shifting, aside from the human clothes. And then I think I'll do human-ish shaped hands, but then I'll put fur and stuff on them to make them fox-like. Okay. Oh. All right. Smash this clay together till it starts cooperating properly. Like I said, we are probably, I may not add to the midsection, I may just do the cloth folds, but I will add the draped cloth for the shoulder pieces and the sleeves. So what would be really cool is if I could have a mirror of some sort in this hand that had like a lady's face in it. But for the life of me, I could not think of a feasible way to achieve that kind of effect. I mean, I guess I could have sculpted a lady's face on a flat mirror, maybe. But then it wouldn't really look like a mirror, so I was debating about it. I was like, is there a way I can pull this off? And then I couldn't come up with a good way to do it. So I was like, I probably shouldn't because it'll just look disappointing and then I won't like it. Let's see, a sleeve should come down to about there. Oh. Okay. So arm is here. Elbow is there. And is here, roughly to the wrist. That's about right. This arm seems a tad long, but can achieve the effect by twisting the body slightly. That should look a little better. Here we go. So I don't need to be that particular, but I'm being particular. Because most of this isn't even going to be visible. Okay. Now, let me see here. Let's start wrapping the legs. I feel like the face is going to be the hardest thing to do. Yeah. It's okay if this isn't perfect because we will be covering most of this up with the hem of like the outfit. So it's say dress, but it's not technically a dress, I don't think. Yeah, and the main reason I did the 3 tails was just that it is difficult to do more than that. And I think doing less than that would have made this less recognizable to the average person as a kitsune. Even though I would be well within my rights to do one with only 1 tail, I feel like kitsunes having multiple tails is what most people recognize about them. So and 3 is just, I feel like 3 is a very nice artistic number. It, everything just is nice in pairs of 3. Even though I know Wikipedia claims that the typical numbers of kitsune tails are like 1, 5, 7, 9. I almost did 5, but then I was just like, it's gonna look awkward if I try to do 5 tails. 3 is just much more feasible for the sculpture. Plus, I like the number 3. 3 is just a nice number. I love that I'm like, oh, this doesn't need to be that detailed, and then I'm sitting here smoothing everything out, even though this is literally going to get covered with another piece of clay. I don't know why I'm like this. I should not be spending my time on this. Okay, good enough. It's not quite the right shape, though. As long as it's roughly the correct shape, we're good. Okay, those look like knees. That's the main point. His knees. Alright, let's go ahead and see what we can do with let's go ahead and do the tails. I did not mean to hit a keyboard. All right. This part is going to be visible, so I need to smooth it out a bit. Because it is going to be visible under the edge of the seam of the outfit. There we go. There we go. Okay. I need to stop hitting the microphone and my keyboard with my elbow. Okay. Okay. Move that out just enough that it's coherent. Okay. I will be happier when it's a little bit more humid in my house during the spring, and that I don't have this issue where the clay keeps wanting to crack on me while I work. I think I also need to get a better bag for it because it's had a tendency to dry out a little bit lately. All right. We gotta grab the this. This is gonna be our little fox jewel. It's just a iridescent little marble. Looks very white on this, but I think you can see a little bit of it being iridescent. Okay. Gonna put it right here. See if we can. Just gonna wrap the clay a little bit around it at the moment. We will try to make it look prettier when we do detail work later. But for now, the main goal is just to get everything in its place. Go. Okay. That's still rough, but it suffices for the time being till we get around to smoothing everything out. Obviously, I'm not going to leave the tail like that. I will make it look more neat and cool. Alright, we got to do the basic shape of our third tail here. Then I think... Hold on. Then we'll do the legs. And lastly, the head. Okay. There we go. Okay. We are almost done with the basic shape of the tail, which isn't saying very much. Not saying that much considering we still have to do the legs. We still have to do the head. I feel like the head is going to be the biggest challenge for me. But I'm not sure because I do really like doing animals. But because I want to go a little more on the realistic side this time, realism is always more challenging. Well, generally more challenging. I feel like cartoonish designs are simpler, but if you make a mistake, it's more obvious. Realistic designs, you have enough small details that small mistakes you can usually get away with. but they do require way more time and effort, typically. So, kind of depends, I guess. Okay. Smooth the tail out a bit more. Need a bit more. Okay. That works enough for now. We broke off the tip of this tail. Didn't mean to do that. Alright. Okay. I guess legs next. It can be a little hard sometimes to get the clay to stick around a wire. It's actually easier if you have more of the aluminum foil or something a little thicker that has texture on it so that the clay sticks to it better. Let's see, if I'm doing a leg, calf muscle needs to be about here. Ish. And if the legs don't turn out great, then we'll make sure they're completely hidden. Okay. To smooth out this other side here. Thankfully, we are going to be able to use our lovely trick of fur patterns to hide a lot of the imperfect designs. There, we got one part of the leg done. Now let's do our other leg, and then we'll do the feet. And we'll do the head, and we'll start working on the clothes and the details. So again, this is just the rough, it's almost like outlining when you do this, kind of like when you're drawing. You're sort of just covering the basic shape. Okay. Come on. Come on, clay. Stick together. Stop being dry. I know the humidity in here is like 20%. Okay. All right, we got one leg, we got two leg. All right, now we need to do we need to keep smoothing this because it's not right. Okay. The feet. We need to do the feet. Okay. Oh. All right. Let's see. Okay, let's grab two pieces of clay roughly the same size. And then we'll see if we can make the feet from that. Okay. Oh wait, wrong direction. I know I was doing that incorrectly. Trying to think about how foot curls from that direction. So it needs to curl in this way and then like that. And that's fine because we will be adding some paw pads to make it look more fox-like. But for now, basic shape. Basic shape is done. Okay. Now let's do the other one. Alright, we made this one a little too small, so we're gonna make it a little bigger. Alright. That should be... Alright. There we go. We now have leg and feet. Okay. Okay. Let's do the head. And then we have to figure out how we're gonna put the eyes as well, because I think the eyes I have might be a little too large. I may have to pick a different pair, because these are the ones I have right now. But I think they may be too big. I think we're going to have to pick a smaller pair. Excuse me. And pick different. I'm going to have to pull up reference photos here of a fox real quick. I have snacks up here too, in case you hear crunching. Alright. Now, most of the back of the head's going to be covered because we're going to have a little bit of like a hood or a cowl over it. Like the most important part of every sculpture is probably the head. The only exceptions whenever I get around to doing the grafted monster. Then it won't matter so much. But every other sculpture, the most important thing is the head. I mean, it's all important, but if you don't get the face right, it's just ruined. Alright. Let's... Mm. Mm. Sorry, I'm hungry, so I'm snacking. I have accidentally broken off the tail tips, but that's fine. We will fix those later. Right now, we just need to make the head not a horrifying monstrosity. And then once we get that done, we can work on actually making it look like a fox head. Yeah, I'm gonna be so happy when I get the automated little clay roller thing, because that will make this clay so much more conditioned and easier to work with, because I can keep running it through because I'm not going to be hurting my hands doing it. All right. Yep. Come on. Blend together, clay. Stop being stubborn. Okay. All right, let me look at the fox head and see how this shape is supposed to be. All right. So nose here. eyes about here. Alright, let's see, we need a little bit of a forehead piece here to bring the forehead out just a little bit. And then it looks like, let's see, the nose is out slightly like this. Let's see. A little bit of a position right that. A little bit of a brow, I think, is the right word here. Yeah, those eyes are way too big. I'm gonna get a smaller pair of eyes. Oh, that was a bug. Stink bugs on the East Coast are just awful. I swear. Okay, I think he's on the lamp now. Okay. Alright, so we're getting a little bit of the fox head shape. Still working on it. Okay. Let me see here. I think I have smaller eyes. If I can find two that are the same color. That is not the same color. It's almost the same color. That's not quite the same color. There we go, those two are the same color. These might be a tad small. No, they're about right. There we go. Green eyes. These two can go back in. All right. Let me pull up the fox reference photos again. So it looks like it almost comes out a little bit here. Like right around what would kind of be like, I don't know what this is called, but it's like the edges of their lip. So it puffs out a little bit there, but then it goes back in. It's right at the top of where their mouth would extend to. Not exactly their cheek. I don't know if you can see what I'm talking about, this right here. Okay. Okay. Seems like it should be narrower back here and then widen up here. Okay, that's more fox-like. So we're trying to get that face shape correct. Okay, and then we can also add some eyelids. A little bit. At the bottom here. All right, then we'll put one over here. All right. Now we gotta look at the nose. Nose, let's see here. Nose is smaller, actually. A little bit more round. And then like that. There's a pretty dark spot, and then the mouth curls under like that. And then under like that. All right. There we go. We're looking very fox-like now. Okay, now we got to do the ears. Well, I think we should probably have a little more. We could have a little more fur on the face, like here. Because I feel like we need more. There we go. So we have a little more of a fox face shape. Let's try it over here. Okay. Here we go. More of our fox face done. Okay, now we gotta do the ears. And the ears can be a little squished because we're going to be putting the cowl over it. So it is okay if they are a little bit squished. And we just got to do the hands, and then we'll start with the clothing. Although we should probably do the fur pattern and paws and details on the feet potentially first. And then we'll add the clothing on top and then touch it up. Okay, let me see where the fox ears are. They're up higher. Okay. Fox ears should be up here, but we definitely need more volume on the face because it looks a little more wolf-like at the moment. So we need more face, more clay on the face. And the back of the head's not that important because we will be covering all of that up. when we get to the clothing. Here we go. So we have the ears about right, but as you can tell, the face is too thin. We need more volume on the face. So we need to bring it out more. And just add clay here. Okay. Add clay there. And then we need potentially some more under here. Okay. Under there, and then some more under here. All right. We'll blend all this into the figurine, and I think at that point we'll have a much better fox head shape. There we go. There we go. It looks more like a fox head. We gotta fix the angle of this one a little bit on the left side, but this at least looks more like a fox now. There we go. That's more like a fox. Okay. So the last thing we need to add here, oh, let me add some reinforcement to the neck back here. It's not wanting to stay. We need to add the hands. I'm scared to add the hands because hands are hard to do. Okay. All right. Okay. We want to make them a bit paw-like, but a little bit extended. So in between a hand and a paw. I'm going to bring up reference photos of fox paws. Alright. Oh yeah, you can see we're doing pretty good right now. Mm. Alright. Mm. Okay. Alright, so we're gonna make it here. So foxes have four very pronounced like toes. So we're gonna go with that. We're gonna do a hand, but I think we're gonna stick with not having a defined thumb. And using slightly shorter fingers. Okay. Let's see. All right, let me attach this to the hand. To the arm, rather. Attach the hand to the arm. Go. Let me make sure the back part of this hand is attached properly. Okay. 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 So we're doing a very paw-like hand for that. All right, now let me design this hand, okay, and then we'll have to do the mask that it's going to be holding. So, curve in just a little here. Okay, let me see if I can make the mask real quick. So we can wrap the hand around it and then attach it, and then we'll start on the clothing. Mm. 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 All right. Actually, let's do this. There's my tool. I dropped one of my tools. Okay. That needs to be bigger still. Okay. Okay. Curve it slightly, the mask. Okay. Alright, so now we're going to cut the eyelids out of the mask, or the eyeball sockets. Its eye should probably go here. Oh, maybe not there. Not there, not there. If nose is here, mouth would be here. Let's do eyeballs here. And here. Oh, I have my small razor blade. Alright. Okay. Alright, now we do a nose for the mask. I want to see if I can do like the fox eye shape. I think that'd be a little more appropriate. There we go. Or the cat's eye shape, whatever that's called. There we go. Let me see. There we go. This one. All right. We also need to do the cutaway at the top. Even more so. Okay. And let me find Rachel here. Okay. Trying to match the style of some like people masks that I've seen with Japanese theater stuff just a little bit. Not like completely, just subtly. But I want the eyes to be open. Since we're not doing the traditional fox mask, since we made our character an actual fox, for the purposes of this. Okay. Upturned nose ever so slightly. Kind of cute little nostrils this way. And then I need a little bit more here on the nasal, whatever this is called, right there. Not much, just a little. Okay. Okay, now we're gonna accentuate the eyebrows just a tad on the mask. We're gonna paint the eyebrows on, but we're gonna shape the brow or the forehead a little bit. A little bit better. Okay. Okay. I know a good idea. We'll do this. That way we can keep the mask shape curved. Alright, now we gotta do the lips. It's a little too much. Alright. Almost done with our people mask. Just trying to make it look more feminine, but I am clearly struggling with that. I mean, when I paint it, it'll be easier to give that impression, but there we go. People mask. Okay. Now we gotta put the hand solidly on the mask. Okay. And yeah, I know Kitsunes do not use the masks to transform, but this is kind of a artistic suggestion of shape-shifting. Okay. Ah. I think we're gonna jam it in like so. Okay. So then we're gonna cover this. Okay. There we go. So now we have this. We're making progress. Let me put my knife over here. Alright, so for the toes, let's see if I can do kind of an elongated paw pad thing here. Like so. About the same size. Right. And then that should be. Here, let me roll these out a little flatter. Okay, so we're gonna try to shape this a bit like a paw. There we go. Make it look kind of like a paw pad. Not quite anatomically correct, but I think it looks better that way. There we go. Mm-hmm. Cool. 3 and 4. A little bit more clay. Okay. All right. So now we have the very animal-ish feet pad kind of things going on. All right, so now we got to do... We could work on the tail. That's fine. We could work on the tail for now. I kind of want to do some cool curlicues around this. Okay. Okay. There we go. That way we have a nice little curly Q around our fox jewel. We're not going to do all of this right now. I just wanted to solidify my idea here for the fox jewel. And for this central tail here. Okay. Okay. There we go. This one tail nice and furry. Yeah. Go ahead and do this other one. Go ahead and make all the tails a bit furry here, and then we'll work on the clothing. And we'll progress from there. There we go. It's not the right one. Alright. We're getting texture on the fur, if you can kind of see. I turn the light down. There we go. Wasn't gonna do the fur pattern, but apparently I am now because I've started it, and that's all my brain's gonna do now until I'm done. So we'll do the fur pattern, then we're gonna start working on the clothing. Let's see, the back of the hand, we need to do the lower part of. Anyway, let's do fur pattern on the arm. There we go. So now we have the fur. Okay. So now we got to do the clothing part. I can pick some of my bigger pieces and blend them together because we need to do the hem at the base. There. Mm. Curve this some more. Alright, I need to condition this a little better. Give me 1 second. I need to run some of the clay through the little machine real quick, so I will be back in just a second. Oops. My clay is not cooperating. It's not fall apart. Mm. This is gonna have to work because tis not cooperating with me. Actually, I'm gonna run it through one more time, then I'll be back. Okay. Well, hold on. Once more. Maybe we can make this work. All right. All right. Now we have, you can see the edges are still ragged. It's being very stubborn. But it'll work well enough for this. Okay. Okay, let me cut the edge a little more neatly. There we go. Alright, trying to make this cloth behave like cloth. Normally I can spread them super thin, the clay pieces, and then kind of drape it over the piece. However, because the humidity is so low and it's colder, the clay really does not like to cooperate. So we're gonna have to repair a lot of little things here to make this look decent. So we're getting there. We have the lower half. Okay. I gotta pull up references here for the outfit. Hold on. Oh. Okay. I think I'm gonna do a very basic let's see. Can I do it this way? This work? I think this will work. Okay. Grab another long piece here. And then we'll cut. Yeah, the clay is really not wanting to cooperate. It is so dry in here. It's making this much more challenging than it needs to be. Should probably put a humidifier in my room. If I were smart, that's what I would do. I'm not smart. I'm dumb. Come on, I could just do it like this. Okay. All right, smash this together a little bit. All right, where's my roller? What did I do? Oh, there it is. All right. Mm. There we go. All right. We need to fill in this piece also. Then we got to do the sleeves here, and then we can do the belt across, and we should be decent, but we'll have to do the collar as well. I'm trying to follow like a very basic outfit I've seen a couple times and that I have pulled up here. And then we can try to crease the fabric a bit to make it look more natural. All right. Okay. All right, now let's see. Do the sleeves. Oops. I didn't mean to do that. Hold on. There we go. All right, now we have to do. Let me try. Okay, let's try a different piece of clay for the remainder of the sleeve. Okay. Wrong way. No. Like. Kind of. Okay, it's like this. Got it. Oh no. Don't start coming apart on me. Behave, piece of clay. Behave yourself and stop coming apart. Need you to stay in one piece, and this needs to be less angled. No, it needed to be more angled. I'm stupid. I'm getting there. Okay. All right, I need to... Oh. I need to do a little cloth belt across the middle. And then I'll do the... See if I can do the clothing seam. The front of the shirt seam. Although I don't actually think I have to do that for this outfit. But I do think it would look nicer, so... Alright, and then we gotta roll this out. Actually, I better do the collar first. The collar around the top of the like tunic shirt thing. I don't know what it's called. Oops. I didn't mean to separate it. Alright, we're gonna do like this. Actually, no, hold on. All right, now we're going to make another long string to do around the waist. And then after this, the only thing we have left to do is the hood that's going to kind of wrap around the fox's head, and then we're going to do a little leaf that's stuck to the side of it, just to kind of hint at the leaf transformation thing. Oh. All right. All right, now let me see if I can add some like little, what's the word I'm looking for? Clothing seams. Okay. Okay. All right. Basically, I'm just adding texture and stuff to the cloth here. Nope. Dang it. This would be easier if the clay would stop trying to completely destroy itself and would stay adhered to itself instead of cracking like it is currently doing. There we go. So we've added details. to the fabric. All right, so now I have to figure out how to do the head thingy. I mean, the other option would be to do a hat, but I kind of I like the idea of the I like the idea of having a head wrap thing. So we're gonna see how this goes. If I don't like it, I will finish the back of the head and we just won't have one. Or we could try to do the large like hat. Like one of the round hats that go over. Or a cloth wrap, but I'm going for the cloth wrap. I want to do the cloth one. Hold on. I don't want to do the hat. I want to do... Okay, I need a giant piece of clay for this to work. And I need it to not fall apart. I am covered in so many little crumbs of clay from the clay being so dry. And this was actually a new block of clay as well. So I know it's just the humidity in this house being so low. All right, I'm gonna run some clay through the little machine that I have real quick. I'm not going to turn the audio off so you get to hear me yell at it again, but I'm going to run some clay through and see if I can get a decent, really well conditioned piece of clay to work with. Okay, let's a whole bunch of clay here. This clay does not want to cooperate with me at all. Come on. Work with me. Okay, almost got this piece workable. Almost. Okay, I think this clay is workable enough now. Yeah. Alright. Let's see, for making a cowl, I think it has to be basically almost like a circle. Like a rounded kind of thing. Alright. Times like these, I really do wish I had my old clay again. So I'm rather fond of, very fond of Femosoft. This is Sculpey 3, I believe, which is, it works. It just is harder to condition to work with. I don't know how people work with the firmer clays. Like, a lot of people prefer the firmer clays, and those things are impossible for me to work with. Like, I can't do a thing with them. Let me cut a couple more pieces here. Okay. It's breaking. All right. Okay, so we have this so far. I'm not quite done with it yet. I'm trying to think here. Because I want to do the little leaf stuck on the side here. That's fine. I'll do that. But I'm trying to think of what else. Okay. Almost finished. This one's been pretty long, actually. It's been 4 hours. Yeah. There we go. Little leaf on top. And let me see, are there any other details that I can add? Oh. Okay. Oh, I think this is about it. All right. I feel like I should probably have added more clothing details, but maybe not. All right. So we have finished our not shapeshifted, but partially going to shapeshift Kitsune. I will be back next week to paint this character. Oops. There we go. So yes, I will be back next week to paint our Kitsune. We have three tails, we have the fox jewel, we are doing the, whatchamacallit, the more humanoid, but like, well, fox-like, but human clothing type one that I found in a lot of drawings, because I thought they were kind of cool and I liked them. Similar to the one that I used for the thumbnail. Because I really liked that style of art for the Kitsune. Just because I think everybody else was doing all the foxes, and I nearly did the regular fox, but I was like, nah, I think I want to have a little more fun with it, so. Hopefully, let's see, do I like that? That's a little better. Hopefully, I won't have any more issues with the clay. I shouldn't have any issues baking this one, I believe, because I do have, this time I have sufficient wireframe and such, so that shouldn't be a problem. So, if you watched this video, I greatly appreciate it. Please check out my other videos, comment, let me know what else you'd like to see me sculpt. I do take suggestions. This was a suggestion I actually got last week, and I couldn't do the SCP that I was planning on, so I did this instead. But if you have a favorite mythological creature, SCP, cryptid, fandom, if I know the fandom, please, put the suggestion in the comments. I do actually pay attention to those and will do them if I like them. So if you watch this, I greatly appreciate it, and I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful night.